Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 version of the Great Weather Dam Show here at the North American. As we enter Class 1 today, we have 22 entries in Class 1, and our weights go from 50 pounds to 59 pounds. 50 to 59 pounds. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the gentleman that will be evaluating our livestock today and our young people. Josh Cody from Bertram, Texas. Josh and his wife, Ashley, and daughters Brinley and Kinsley raise and market club lambs and breeding stock in the hill country of Texas. Josh is a 2003 graduate of Texas Tech University, and while at Lubbock was a member of the 2002 livestock judging team. Josh currently serves as the area business manager for Zoetis U.S. Poultry Division and has had the opportunity to judge both sheep and goats on the local, state, and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, would you join with me and give a big Kentucky welcome to Mr. Josh Cody from Bertram, Texas. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our judge, Josh Cody, has selected the individuals over here to my left. We're going to excuse the rest of the animals in the class, ladies and gentlemen, as the competitors are leaving. Please give them a big round of applause. We're just going to just like yesterday, top 10, right? Okay. Attention in the barn. Our judge is making his final placing. Again, final call. Class 2, Wether Dams to the makeup ring, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as for those of you following along today, our judge has narrowed his selections down to his top 3, and we will be weighing only those top 3 today, and then he will come back and evaluate our top 3.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Super excited to be here in the great state of Kentucky, sorting through your weather dams today. My first opportunity to be on the green chips here, and I knew when the first class walked in the ring, it was going to be a fun day. I think we start off with our lightweights here in Class 1. You know, I think at this stage of development, you're kind of fighting the elements in terms of goats being just a little green and goats needing some time on feed to really kind of maximize their opportunity. I think in this particular class, I kind of sorted through and found I think a set of goats that I think have some quality. I don't know that there's just a great one in this particular class, but I think there's a lot of nice goats that have nice pieces and parts, and you know, it's my job today to kind of work through them and find the ones that to me are the most unique, and the ones that have to me just some differentiating qualities about the way that they're built, the amount of muscle that's built into their skeletons, and then to try to find goats that can get out and navigate the show ring surface with some comfort and some ease. And I think we get in here in the top 5. I think there's a nice set of them here. One we lead off with, I think, in terms of just the way this one's built skeletally. I love the extension, the extra elevation up through the front part of her skeleton. I think she's one that gets out and moves and travels with flexibility and ease. And then what's equally as impressive, she's one that still has enough shape and dimension built into her. Think of just a very, very nice one to lead off with. The one in second, maybe a little more conventional in terms of her look. You study the length of her cannon bone. Gets just a little more compact, but I love this one's shape. I love this one's muscularity. Steel from the side, I think she poses an image that has some quality. I'd like to see her maybe just a little more up and out, kind of like our class champion. But you have to admire the shape that she presents to her forearm. The back shape she has in her really opened up and pulled apart in terms of her skeleton. The one coming in 3 is very unique in that regard. I think she's the one that's built the widest in terms of her foundation. When you study her front angle, you study her rear angle, she's really opened up at the ground, really, really square in terms of her build. I get a little critical of this one primarily through the front part of her skeleton. She gets a little short in terms of her neck length. I'd like to see her neck attached a little higher, a little tighter up onto her shoulder. And I think if you did that, that one moves to the forefront quite easily because of her body shape, her back shape, her extra width and dimension. I think those pieces right there, if mated correctly, that one there can lay down and do a tremendous job. The one coming in 4 is one that probably, for the way I like livestock, is probably one of the more unique looking ones of the top 5. Her silhouette and skeleton from the side is awesome. I love her extension. How short she is in terms of her blade. She's level in her top line. I think her underlying quality is where it needs to be. I'd like to stouten her up at the surface. I'd like to pull her apart. She gets just a little green today, and she handles maybe just a little bit, I would say, nondescript in terms of her muscle shape. This one here in time, I think, is one that you have to watch and certainly pay attention to. A lot of good things about her. The one coming in 5, again, I think pieces and parts just doesn't blend them quite as smoothly. She's tall-fronted. She's good-looking. Gets a little harder in terms of her belly. I'd like to see her a little fresher and fuller in her rear body and flank, and I think we fix her kind of down in that regard, maybe even open her up in terms of her center body and give her a little more rib shape. I think that one there becomes more competitive. Super proud of these kids. Put your hands together for them as they exit the ring. Nice job.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 1 of our Junior Weather Dam show is entry 3450, exhibited by Shelby Sprague, Kincaid, Kansas, and her weather dam weighed 58 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3360, shown by Bailey Moore, Panetto, Indiana, and her weather dam weighed 50 pounds. Third in that class is entry 3087, Aiden Broughton from Collinsville, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 3328, Kaysen McAfee from Quinlan, Texas. Fifth, entry 3461, Emily Sutton, Sealy, Texas. Sixth, entry 3297, Gunnar Craig, Vernon, Texas. Seventh, entry 3304, Kennedy Lawson, Manville, Texas. Eighth, entry 3277, Luke Keener from Cleveland, Georgia. Ninth, entry 3325, Caden Mall from Collinsville, Oklahoma. And 10th, entry 3253, Callie Hughes, Lafayette, Georgia. In the ring now is Class 2. Class 2 weather dams are in the ring. We have 19 entries in this class, and our weights go from 61 pounds to 67 pounds. Again, 19 entries, 61 pounds to 67 pounds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our judge has picked out his top cut as we excuse our young people in the ring. Again, let's put our hands together, show them your appreciation for all the work that they do to put into these projects as they exit the ring. Let's let them hear it. Thank you, guys. Ooh, hand me that. Oh, you got home joy. Oh, be still my heart. He didn't act like he wanted to keep too many of them at the end there.
Class 2, I think we stepped up. To me, just the density and then the amount of quality. I think that when we get into this top 5, comparatively to Class 1, I think there's just better livestock in here. And for me, that's when it becomes fun, is when there's challenging decisions to be made, and there's those close calls to be had. I think in this particular set of them, the young lady's lead off doe for me separates herself, and I think she does it for a couple of reasons. Number one, in terms of the way that she's built skeletally, I think that one there is very unique. She, to me, poses a very unique image when you study her from the side. She's really neat and youthful up through her chest and her sternum. She comes back, I think, with the right progression of depth through her rear body and flank. One that when you get up and you study her for up front and you get in behind her, she's pulled apart extremely wide in terms of her skeleton. And I think that's what's the most unique piece about her, is for her to be that neat and that youthful, but to still have that genuine width down low, I think is a very, very neat combination. The black-headed one coming in 2. This one here's got some pieces and parts that I like. I love this one's elevation. I love this one's stoutness of feature. This one also, I think, balances up from the side like they're supposed to. Maybe just not quite as sporty as our class champion. Just doesn't give you maybe quite as a dynamic look when you study her from the side. We still have to appreciate the good that she brings to the table. The one coming in 3, very, very nice. I think in this particular set of them, maybe we study her, she just doesn't put herself together quite as correctly, wants to maybe get a little lower in terms of her pin set. I'd like to see her just maybe a notch leveler when we study her right out through her tail. We come in 4. I think this one here's got some pieces. Love her back shape, love her body shape. Very, very high quality. I guess at times I studied her underline, and maybe for me, I'd like to see her just a little fresher, a little fuller in her rear body to really kind of make her underline look appropriate, but I still have to appreciate the good that she offers. A very, very cool looking one coming in 5. Unfortunately, this one here maybe just gets just a little bit lazy in terms of her top line. Doesn't maybe give you quite as an impressive silhouette because she just doesn't want to hold herself together maybe quite as correctly as some of her contemporaries, but still a lot of quality and look coming in 5. Very nice set of them here. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 2 of our Weather Dam show is entry 3016, Paisley Akins from Whitesboro, Texas. And Paisley's doe weighed 67 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3269, Drake Johnson from Royal, Arkansas. And Drake's dam weighed 63 pounds. Third in that class is entry 3485, Avery Walton from Cisco, Texas. Fourth, entry 3030, KJ Anthony, McLeod, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 3518, Emery Work, Nacogdoches, Texas. Sixth, entry 3471, Monse Throckmorton from Timpson, Texas. Seventh, entry 3314, Jennifer Lohman from Sperry, Iowa. Eighth, entry 3154, Colton Evo from Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Ninth, entry 3418, Aubrey Rothenbuehler from Kimmel, Indiana. And 10th, entry 3198, Bailey Gregory from Ozark, Arkansas. In the ring now is Class 3. Class 3 weather dams are in the ring. We have 19 entries in this class, and our weights go from 68 pounds to 71 pounds. 68 pounds to 71 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull for this class, and as our exhibitors are excused from the ring, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for all the hard work that these young people have done bringing their projects to the North American. Thank you, guys. ladies and gentlemen, for those of you here enjoying the show, but may have family and friends at home that couldn't make it to Louisville this year, they can watch it courtesy of our friends at Ringside Live. If you would like to tell them to tune in to ringsidelive.co. That's ringsidelive.co, and they can watch all of the shows here at the Great North American.
Super impressive pair of them here at the top, and I thought for this particular set of them, thought these two kind of worked their way in and kind of separated themselves from the pack, and I think there's some subtle differences between them. I think first and foremost, when this one hit the show ring surface as she came in the ring, she's the most captivating in my opinion. She's the one that holds her head high, she keeps her sternum up, she keeps her top line correct. She's super flexible on both ends of her skeleton. She gets out and moves like they're supposed to. I just think that one there in terms of the way she's organized in terms of her skeleton, and still to combine that with a high degree of muscle content and shape and still super sound, clean in her joints. I think that one there is awfully good. Hey, one in second is a little sportier in ways. I think that one there, she's also one that you go, whoa, I think that one there, that one has the right look. The problem is she gets maybe just a little shorter in terms of her neck. Her neck maybe don't sit maybe just as high and as elevated as what you would like. I think structurally she maybe gets just a little bit more upright in terms of the angle of her shoulder when she gets out and sets her into, and she gets into on the move. If we could change her, I think, in those couple of areas, and it's really right there in terms of her front end assembly, I think that one there can probably move up and rival our class champion. The one coming in 3, super stout, super opened up. Love the bold shape that this one presents when you study her at a 3/4 view. Her forerib and center body is opened up as you can make one. I just read her maybe a little plainer. She gets just a little deeper in terms of her chest, maybe just not quite as dynamic in terms of her show ring presence as the two contemporaries ahead of her, but that's good livestock, the kind that work. The one coming in 4, I think this one here is awfully complete. I started studying her when we got him down here at the end. I just maybe wish she was just a little more refined in terms of her neck. Her neck gets just a little coarser, a little thicker. She's probably not nearly as powerful in terms of just build and muscularity when we compare her to some of the other ones, but still a lot of good in that one. The one coming in 5, I think this one here's got some pieces. Don't maybe just read her just to be a little rounder in terms of her shoulder shape, specifically down low. Maybe her hip and her hind leg posture we could fix ever so slightly, but a very nice individual as well. Nice job. Put your hands together for these young people as they exit the ring.
Final placings in Class 3 of our Junior Weather Dam show. First went to entry 3190, shown by Janice Gilliland from Ginter, Pennsylvania, and her weather dam weighed 68 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3105, Josie Chandler from Ninnekah, Oklahoma, and Josie's dam weighed 69 pounds. Third in that class went to entry 3375, Carly Parrott from Winona, Texas. Fourth, entry 3327, Kaysen McAfee from Quinlan, Texas. Fifth, entry 3002, Levi Wechter from Ligonier, Indiana. Sixth, entry 3262, Pacey Jackson from Commerce, Georgia. Seventh, entry 3346, Braylon Miller from Marion, Ohio. Eighth, entry 3275, Clay Keener from Cleveland, Georgia. Ninth, entry 3093, Ellie Berger from West Baden Spring, Indiana. And 10th, entry 3034, JC Ash, Lancaster, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 4. Class 4 weather dams are in the ring. We have 23 entries in this class, and our weights go from 72 pounds to 76 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division I champion and reserve champion weather dam. If you were first or second in classes 1 through 3, we need your entries to the makeup ring, please. And first call, Class 5 weather dams to the makeup ring. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull for this class. And as we excuse these young people from the ring today, again, let's let them hear your applause. That's all they're going to get today. But folks, kids, thank you for all your work you do and putting your projects together and coming here and being on the green shavings with us.
We get toward the end of this division. I'm super pleased, especially with the class champion. I think this one daylighted this set of them, and I don't think it's close. When she walks in, she's the one that's the most captivating from the far, and then when you get your hands on her, you're certainly impressed with the way she touches. But I just think in terms of the way she's organized, in terms of her skeleton, her joints are clean. I think her transitions from her forerib back to her rear body and flank are as good as any. She gets out and she navigates the show ring with flexibility and ease. I think that one there is really, really special. I think from that point back, I see some differences. I think 2 and 3 are both very similar. Both of them, I think, are goats that have the right look. I think comparatively, one coming in second, a little neater in terms of her chest, maybe gives you just a little more wow factor from the side. The one coming in 3, I think, is built a lot like her. She maybe a little bit notch bigger in terms of her loin shape. She gets just maybe a little deeper when you study her down through her forerib, and not quite as intriguing when you study her up front. The one coming in 4, I love this one's silhouette from the side. Her underlying qualities is probably as good as any. I think in this particular set, she maybe just looked a little rougher. She maybe wasn't as quite as, in terms of composition, she's maybe not as fat. She's not as hairy. But I don't think that's where you have to get too critical. I just don't know that she's maybe quite as dynamic as some of the other ones ahead of her. The one coming in 5 is the one that's fit to a T, super hairy, really round in terms of her body shape. She's probably the most opened up in terms of her skeleton. I guess when I got to studying this one's hip, she gets just a little short in terms of her hip, and you study her tail placement. She probably just isn't built good enough right there to get around some of these other ones, but still a lot of good pieces that you can breed on. Nice job to these kiddos as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 4 of our Wether Dam division is entry 3307. Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas, and Bristol's Wether Dam weighed 76 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3197. Bailey Gregory from Ozark, Arkansas, and Bailey's doe weighed 74 pounds. Third in that class is entry 3040. Eli Baker, Buckhannon, West Virginia. Fourth, entry 3310. Paxton Lemoyne from Brandon, Mississippi. Fifth, entry 3239. Nora Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. Sixth, entry 3433. Addison Shahan, Bigfoot, Texas. Seventh, entry 3469. Monse Throckmorton from Timpson, Texas. Eighth, entry 3488. Carly Waters, Buffalo, Texas. Ninth, entry 3502. Grayson Wiley from Cleveland, Georgia. And 10th, entry 3276. Luke Keener, Cleveland, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division I champion and reserve champion Wether Dam. First in class number 1 was entry 3450, exhibited by Shelley Sprague, Kincaid, Kansas. First in class 2, entry 3016, Paisley Akins from Whitesboro, Texas. First in class 3, entry 3190, Janice Gilliland from Ginter, Pennsylvania. And first out of class number 4, entry 3307, exhibited by Bristol Lee, Gillum, Arkansas. Second in class 1, entry 3360, Bailey Moore from Paneto, Indiana. Second in class 2, entry 3269, Drake Johnson from Royal, Arkansas. Second in class 3, entry 3105, Josie Chandler, Ninnekah, Oklahoma. And second in class number 4, entry 3197, exhibited by Bailey Gregory, Ozark, Arkansas. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our first and second place winners in our first division.
Super impressive Division One as we start off the day. I'm excited about what the preceding divisions are going to do. We get them back out here, and again, for those of you that have had the opportunity to show to me, whether it would be in the sheep ring or in the goat ring, I try to do my very best to find the most unique ones and the ones that are the hardest to make, because I firmly believe that it's an industry. We've built these things with enough muscle. I think all of them have plenty of muscle. I think it's the minute differences in terms of the way that they're built skeletally, the way that they present from the side. When we get them out and set them into motion, which ones hold their head high, keep their sternum up, keep their top lines correct, get out and fill their tracks and move like they're supposed to. And I think that there's a couple of them out here that do that to a very high degree. I think that the doe kid that comes out of the second class, I think that one's awfully cool. I love how short her blade is, and when she's propped up, she gives you the presence of quality. We get her back out and we study her, and I start to break her down and try to see if I can pick her apart and where will we fix her. I think it's her hip and her hind leg posture pose a little bit of an issue to me. Her hip's a little short. I think her pin set's just a tick low, and consequently, I don't know that she handles her rear leg maybe quite as nicely as what I would like, but I still think there's a lot of good in that one. So when we start looking at the other options, there's two of them out here for me that separate, and they do it quite easily. Both of these goats have the right presence. One of them's just got maybe just a little more wow factor about her. Super impressed with these. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos. We'll go out and select your champions. Nice job.
And selected And selected as your Division I champion Wether Dam, entry 3307. This is Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas. Congratulations, Bristol. In our reserve division is second place in that same class, entry 3197. This is Bailey Gregory from Ozark, Arkansas. Congratulations again to Bristol and to Bailey. Hello, my friend. How are you? How are you? Good, all right. I'm good. I've had a great North American. I own the reserve, or own part of the reserve. Oh, damn, she's good too, boy. I mean, one everywhere they said. We've been getting our ass a big shake. I mean, we took her out 13 jackpots. It just started real. She was supreme champion. Whoa. We got pretty excited. Yeah, I mean, no, that thing was. She's cool. We flushed her. We flushed her 3 times as a virgin. We got 19 babies coming this spring. How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you, buddy. You bet. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in the ring now is Class 5. This is Class 5 Junior Weather Dams. We have 25 entries in this class, and our weights go from 77 pounds to 79 pounds. Just 2 pounds difference in this class. 25 head, 77 to 79 pounds. Again, for those of you that might have joined us late today, and were not here when I introduced our judge today, for those of you that weren't here, it is my pleasure to reintroduce to you our evaluator today. Our judge today is from Bertram, Texas, Mr. Josh Cody. Josh was a 2003 graduate of Texas Tech University, where he served as a member of the 2002 livestock judging team there in Lubbock, Texas. Josh and his wife, Ashley, have 2 daughters, Brinley and Kinsley, and together as a family, they raise and market club lambs in the hill country of central Texas. Josh currently serves as an area business manager for Zoetis U.S. Poultry Division, but has loved his opportunity to evaluate both sheep and goats across the United States on a local, state, and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and re-welcome Mr. Josh Cody from Bertram, Texas, to evaluate our young people today. Attention in the barn. Class 5 is in the ring. Class 5 weather dams are in the ring. Let's bring all entries for Class 6. Class 6 to the makeup ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his final pull for class number 5 as we excuse our exhibitors in the ring today. Again, let's put our hands together and give these young people your applause for all their efforts in their projects. Thank you, guys. Look forward to seeing you again here on the Green Shavings.
thought in this particular set of them, the young ladies, blonde-headed one here, I think this one, he kind of surfaced to the top for me, and I think he does it fairly easily. He's just the one that's got the most quality, right? He's one that when you get off the side and you study him, his presence and his arrogance and the way that he's built up front, I think there's not one in here that can rival him in that regard. His underline quality is like they're supposed to. He's good on his feet and legs. That one there is just awfully, awfully good. I think from that point back, you've got some does and some decisions to make because I think they're all nice. I just don't know that they're ones that you get that warm and fuzzy feeling about them. I think 2 and 3 are both similar. Both of them, I think, are built very similar. I thought the 2 Wether maybe just his shoulder shape is a little more appropriate when you study him down through the base of his chest. I think the way that his shoulder transitions into his fore, it may be a little smoother. But both of them, in terms of their body shape and the way they're built, very similar. The one coming in 3 got some pieces and parts at times. Maybe he gets just a little lazy in terms of his top line. It just doesn't maybe stand as impressive up front. He gets just maybe a little lower through the front part of his skeleton. We could just maybe change him in the way that he's assembled in that regard. I think it helps him. The black-headed one coming in 4, super round in terms of her body shape, her center rib dimension and width and stoutness. I can appreciate. She's got a lot of hair. We get in, we study her comparatively. Maybe just gets just a little plainer in terms of her look when we study her comparatively. But a very nice set of them. Put your hands together for these young people as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in class number 5 is entry 3467. This is Addison Thompson from Noble, Oklahoma, and Addison's Wether Dam weighs 78 pounds. Second in that class went to entry 3315. This is Haley Love from Jefferson, Georgia, and Haley's Wether Dam weighed 79 pounds. Third went to entry 3195, Bailey Gregory from Ozark, Arkansas. Fourth, entry 3480, Kinley Uckman from Greenbrier, Arkansas. Fifth, entry 3138, Quentin Derer from Arcadia, Indiana. Sixth, entry 3463, Carly Taylor from Corunna, Indiana. Seventh, entry 3187, Parker Gardner from Washington, Pennsylvania. Eighth, entry 3504, Sawyer Wilkins, Mount Vernon, Virginia. Ninth, 3261, Pacey Jackson, Commerce, Georgia. And 10th, entry 3280, Zoe Kelly from Toccoa, Georgia. In the ring now is Class 6. This is Class 6 Wether Dams. We have 23 entries in this class, and our weights go from 80 pounds to 82 pounds. 80 pounds to 82 pounds. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have friends and family at home that couldn't be with us, be fortunate to be with us here in Louisville, please let them know that we are doing live coverage through all species, but especially here in the Goat Barn on ringsidelive.co. That's ringsidelive.co. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his final pull in this Class 6. As we excuse our young people from the ring today, again, let's put our hands together, show them your appreciation for all the hard work they put into their projects. Kids, thank you so much.
Interesting pair of them here, or trio of them rather, at the top. I think we get in and we study them. I think 1 and 2, to me, skeletally, are probably built just a little more similar. Both of them offer a very unique presentation from the side. You study the length of their shoulder. You study their underlying quality from the base of their neck, down their top line, out through their tail head. I think both of them have a long enough, level enough hip to get their tail sticking up there. I think comparatively, the young lady's doe kid here that we lead off with, just a little more opened up. When you study her at a 3/4 view, she is just robust in terms of her body shape, her rib cage. Two very good ones there in first and second. The one coming in third, I think from her hook bones forward, I can appreciate her look. I guess where we get critical, she maybe gets just a little shorter, a little rounder, more restricted out of her hip. You notice where her tail placement is comparatively to 1 and 2, probably sitting just a little low. We elevate her pin set, make her a little longer, and level her out of her hip. I think it helps her look from the side. The one coming in 4, very, very nice. I think comparatively, structurally, she maybe gets just a little bit critical when I study her hind leg posture, maybe gets just a little too straight in her hock at times. We study her in terms of body shape, probably a little flatter in terms of her body design comparatively to the 3 ahead of her. But when she gets her stopped and she gets her propped, you still have to appreciate, because I think her silhouette and her balance and symmetry from the side is close. Maybe we could make her run uphill just ever so slightly. The one coming in 5, again, got some pieces, got some parts, maybe just doesn't put them together quite as correctly as some of the others. Nice job to these exhibitors. Let's hear it for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in class number 6 goes to entry 3510, Charlotte Wilson from Underwood, North Dakota. And Charlotte's Wether Dam weighed 81 pounds. Second in that class goes to entry 3162. This is Miss Tassie Jo Fadley from Merrimack, Oklahoma. And Tassie Jo's Wether Dam weighed 80 pounds. Third in that class, 3519, Taylor Workman from Springfield, Ohio. Fourth, entry 3474, Dakota Thurman, Roosevelt, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 3282, Colton Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. Sixth, entry 3308, Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas. Seventh, entry 3024, Miller Allen from Woodbury, Tennessee. Eighth, 3305, Kennedy Lawson, Manville, Texas. Ninth, 3359, Bailey Moore, Paneto, Indiana. And 10th, entry 3311, this is Knox Logan from Charlotte, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 16 entries in Class 7, and our Wether Dams go from 83 pounds to 86 pounds. Again, 83 pounds to 86 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his final pull for Class 7. And as our exhibitors exit the ring, let's put our hands together and show these kids our appreciation for all their hard work. Thank you, guys.
Really fun pair of them here at the top. I think there's a lot of differences in these two, and I think you gotta study them. You gotta watch them in motion. But the more you study them and the more you watch them in motion, the more, at least for me, I gravitate to this young lady. This one here is wild looking. I mean, when you study the front part of her skeleton, she's the most ladylike about her neck shape, her shoulder shape, and then what's super impressive is just how productive she is in terms of her rear rib and flank. And I think that is a big difference between the two. So I think her underlying quality is better than our doe in second. She's one that holds her head high. She's laid back in her knee. She gets out and she travels and moves and navigates the show ring surface with a tremendous amount of flexibility. Just think she's probably, again, just a little more productive in terms of her look from the side. I think the doe kit in second's a little stronger in terms of her top line. She's one that also gives you a tremendous amount of quality and presence about her. Maybe when we get off the side and we study from the top of her scapula to the floor of her chest in relation to her rear rib and flank, I maybe see just a little the deeper part of her might be right there up front. If we could make her rear body just a little fuller, a little fresher, with a little more swoop, I think then that one there steps ahead of our class winner. But those two are awfully good. The red one coming in 3. I like this one as well. I think she's got a tremendous amount of quality. I don't know that she's probably built nearly as aggressive in terms of her shape or has as much just natural mass about her build, but still, that one there gives you the look. The one coming in 4, nice. Maybe not quite as dynamic in terms of her presence. She maybe has a tendency to run downhill a little bit. We could maybe elevate her, give her more extension, make her neck attach just a little more higher and tighter up on the top of her blade. I think it helps her. Young man's done a fine job with one here in 5. This one here just gets outperformed in terms of just overall just size and scale and mass and maybe even to some degree quality. So really proud of them. Let's put our hands together for these young people. Nice work.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 7 of our Weather Dam show is entry 3365. This is Adley Muniz from Shiloh Springs, Arkansas, and Adley's dam weighs 83 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3123, Cooper Davidson from Lawton, Oklahoma, and Cooper's weather dam weighed 84 pounds. Third in that class is entry 3422, Macy Shear from Huntington, Indiana. Fourth, 3073, Wyatt Braithwaite from Espanola, New Mexico. Fifth, entry 3245, Cooper Holsinger from Yorktown, Indiana. Sixth, entry 3200, exhibited by Clara Grubb, Rural Retreat, Virginia. Seventh, entry 3430, Mason Scott from Newark, Ohio. Eighth, entry 3410, Liliana Robinette from Lexington, Kentucky. Ninth, entry 3053, Callie Beerwald from Ogema, Wisconsin. And 10th, entry 3027, Caroline Andrews from Somerville, Texas. In the ring now is Class 8. Class 8 weather dams are in the ring. We have 20 entries in this class, and the weights go from 85 pounds to 86 pounds. Again, 85 to 86 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division II champion and reserve champion weather dam. Also, ladies and gentlemen, someone has left some jewelry in the women's bathroom again. Well, you can make a fortune in the women's bathroom here the last couple days. But if you guys have lost some jewelry, I have it up here at the announcer stand. You just kind of describe it, and I'll be glad to give it back. If not, the girls up here have already divvied it up. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull from this class. And as we excuse our exhibitors in the ring, let's put our hands together. Let them hear how much you appreciate all the work that they put into these projects.
I tell you what, the water's getting deeper as we progress into our through these classes. This one that leads off here, folks, this one here is a rock star. I think out of all the goats we've seen today, if you don't appreciate one like that, then I don't know what your priorities are when you talk about how show animals are supposed to be constructed, because that one there checks all those boxes. Not only is she constructed the best in terms of her build, this one here is opened up, is wide, and is stout in terms of her foundation as any, fit to the nine. I think that one there, just when she stands there in her natural state and you study her in motion, she just oozes with arrogance and presence. I think that one's awfully good. I think 2 is also very nice. I think this one here, compared to our class champion, is one that they're similar in terms of their body shape or body style, in terms of the way their skeletons are built. This one's just a little flatter. This one's just a little narrower underneath. Not quite as much, I would say, body shape or just boldness in terms of her rib cage as we compare, but a very, very nice one. The one coming in 3, this one's got a lot of good things working for her as well. Super shapely, super muscular. Again, when we get her stopped, we get her propped, and we study her, when I study her top line in relation to the show ring surface, maybe a little more parallel look. I'd like to see her a little more up and out, but more importantly, I'd like to see just a little more progression of depth from her forerib back to her flank. She gets just a little higher, a little tighter, and a little drier in terms of her underlying quality. The one coming in 4, very nice animal. I think in here, she just gets outperformed in terms of just kind of all of the adjectives, how in terms of width, in terms of muscle, in terms of look. Very, very nice, just not maybe quite as much wow factor as some of the others. The one we round out the top 5 with, love the shape and expression that she presents with, but again, similar to the one preceding her, just not as much a wow factor about her build. It's just a little coarser about her shoulder and not quite as unique to look at. Very, very nice set of them. Congrats to these kids.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division II champion. If you were first or second in classes 5, 6, and 7, we need all of our first and seconds to make up ring. We are about to select our division champion. Results from Class 8. First went to entry 3371, Harley Oswood from Burlington, West Virginia, and her weather dam weighed 86 pounds. Second in that class was entry 3133, Callie DeSoret from Sulphur, Kentucky, and her weather dam weighed 86 pounds. Third went to entry 3235, Kinley Hofschulte from Miami, Oklahoma. Fourth, 3366, Adley Muniz from Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. Fifth, entry 3048, Julia Barber from Bremen, Ohio. Sixth, 3431, Kyler Sewell from Santa Fe, Texas. Seventh, entry 3202, Garrett Haley from Maysville, Arkansas. Eighth, entry 3166, Helen Catherine Farmer from Gretna, Virginia. Ninth, entry 3168, Logan Ferguson from Commerce, Georgia. And 10th, entry 3372, Macon Parker from Newton Grove, North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, as our division enters the ring, winning Class 5 is entry 3467, Addison Thompson, Noble, Oklahoma. Winning Class 6, entry 3510, Charlotte Wilson from Underwood, North Dakota. Winning Class 7, entry 3365, Adley Muniz from Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. And your Class 8 winner, entry 3371, Harley Oswood from Burlington, West Virginia. Second in Class 5 was entry 3315, Haley Love from Jefferson, Georgia. Second in Class 6, entry 3162, Tassie Joe Fadley from Merrimack, Oklahoma. Second in Class 7 is entry 3123, Cooper Davidson, Lawton, Oklahoma. And second in Class number 8 Entry 3133. This is Callie DeRoset from Sulphur, Kentucky. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our first and second place winners in Division number 2.
I'll tell you, this division here really got my blood pressure up, and for good reasons, because I think that there's just a tremendous amount of depth in this particular set of them. I've enjoyed working through them, and we get them back out here. I'm very pleased with the representatives from each of our respected classes. I think that when we get them back out, you got to make tough decisions, and you got to make those calls at times that in your mind it's so close, and it's just little minute differences that separate them. And when you start to kind of start picking them apart, and then when you do that, you got to kind of go back to your priorities. What is it that you like? When you start adding up and checking boxes in your head on which one does it to the highest degree, that's when you typically find your answer. So we get them back out. I'll just describe them to you. There's one out here, folks, that I think separates herself for many reasons. I think she's just very intriguing in terms of just her presence and her look. She's fit it's to a very, very high degree. Her legs are big. Her hair's big. Her body and skeletal build is opened up, and she's very, very nice. I think after that is where I have to make that tough decision. So let's do the easy thing. Let's go ahead and use the young lady out of the heavy class to be your champion and get her out of the way. This one here, I think, is just in a league of her own. So this is where I think it becomes closer. Let me tell you how I see them. I think the doe coming out of 2, for me, is the one that's the next best built one. When you study the length of her shoulder blade, you study her from her forerib back to her rear flank, you study her down her top line, like that one's silhouette and presence is, to me, ranked second. She gets maybe just today she's a little gassed up. She's just a little bloated looking. Maybe, if we could just kind of shrink her down, it helps her. But I still think that one there has got just a tremendous amount of quality. The one coming out of 3, that one there has got the really unique swoop to her underline. She holds her neck really high and proud up through the front part of her skeleton. We get them back out, and I study her hip shape in terms of the length of her hip and the way that her hip's constructed, and then her hind leg posture. She's a little rounder out of her hip, a little more restricted in terms of the way her hip and hind leg, I think, set. But that's getting critical of one that I think is awfully good. The one that comes second to our champion, very similar in terms of silhouette, just a little too flat, maybe a little too narrow, and not opened up enough to really get my attention. So when I start checking those boxes, which one probably does the most unique job of following the type and kind found in champion? That's 2. She'll be reserved. Nice job.
Ladies and gentlemen, selected as your Division II champion Wether Doe is entry 3371, Miss Harley Oswood from Burlington, West Virginia. And your reserve champion Division II Wether Dam is entry 3510, Charlotte Wilson from Underwood, North Dakota. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin our Division III of our Wether Dam show, this is Class 9. We have 14 entries in this class, and our weights go from 87 pounds to 88 pounds. 87 and 88 pounds. Again, this is Class 9. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his top pull from our class. And as we excuse our final competitors out here again, let's put our hands together and thank all of these young people for all their effort and they're putting into their projects. Thank you, guys.
a little more challenging class, primarily because I just don't know that I fall in love with any of them. I think they're very nice. I think that comparatively, when we talk about them and we think back to some of the previous classes, it's I think it's a very nice set of them, and I think you can alternate those top three depending on how you prioritize them, kind of in a lot of different ways. Because I think they all have some things we like, and they all pose some issues. I think in terms of the way they're built and the way their skeletons are constructed, I think the young man's doe kid here does as good a job of that for me. When he gets her stopped and he gets her propped, she's one that's extremely level down her spine. I think she's one that when she hits the show ring surface, she gets out, she fills her tracks. She's structurally she's mobile enough. One that's got some shape and some muscularity and some just tone and description about the way that she handles. If I could maybe drop her flank, maybe just to give her a little fresher, fuller look through her rear rib and body, I think it would help her. But a very, very nice one to start with. The one coming in second, a little more productive in terms of her appearance. I like that extra sweep to her rib cage. Really opened up in terms of her center body. Gets just a little too straight in her shoulder. Wants to get a little over in her knee. And then you question how much real muscle does she got under all that hair. I think there's enough. But maybe, again, structurally, we got to fix her up front because she just gets a little too straight. The one coming in third, this one here is probably the most aggressive in terms of muscularity and shape. But at the same time, I read her be a little piecey. She gets a little easy in her spine, wants to get a little off in her hip. Just maybe doesn't hold her skeleton maybe quite together as nicely as some of the other ones. Also read her just being a little plainer in terms of the when you study her forerib and the front part of her skeleton, maybe not quite as dynamic up front. The one coming four, got some pieces and parts in this particular set of them. We need to open her up and make her wider and stouter in terms of her foundation, give her more shape and dimension to the outer portion of her leg. The one we round out the top five with, super shapely, super muscular, really round in terms of her body shape. Unfortunately, she gets just a little too coarse, and you study her down through the lower portion of her blade. We'd like to clean her up, just give her a better look, because I think it throws off her balance when you study her. She gets just a little too coarse about her shoulder, wants to open up at the top of her blade as well. Nice job to these kiddos. Put your hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 9 is entry 30-25, exhibited by Miller Allen, Woodbury, Tennessee, and Miller's Weather Dam weighed 87 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3509, shown by Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware, and her Weather Dam weighed 88 pounds. Third in that class is entry 3444, Addison Spangler, Hartsville, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 3055, Callie Beerwald from Ogama, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 3302, Kyle Larson, Springfield, Ohio. Sixth, entry 3358, Bailey Moore from Panetto, Indiana. Seventh, entry 3312, Knox Logan from Charlotte, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 3321, Audrey Martin from LaGrange, Indiana. Ninth, entry 3383, Braylon Penrod from North Manchester, Indiana. And 10th, entry 3344, Alyssa Miller, Jamestown, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 10. This is Class 10 Weather Dams. There's 22 entries in this class, and our weights go from 89 to 90 pounds. 89 to 90 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his pull for this class. And again, as we excuse our competitors in the ring, let's put our hands together and show these kids how much we appreciate all their work and effort putting into these projects. Thanks, guys. Have a great North American. Also, if any of you have lost any jewelry in the women's bathroom, we still have that jewelry up here at the announcer stand. So if you've lost some jewelry, come up here and claim it.
I thought in this particular class, we got down to our final three, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I think 1 and 2 are, to me, the highest quality of the set. They're both the ones that probably present themselves with the right kind of look and presence when they get them stopped and they get them propped. The big difference between the two is structure. I think that the young lady's doe kid just does a better job in terms of her mobility out of her her hind leg more specifically. When we get them out and set them into motion, I think she gets out, she fills her track. I think she's just one that just does it very comfortably is probably the best way to describe it. But I love her extension. I love her length of neck. I love her underlying quality, one that's got some muscle shape and dimension about her. Just a very, very nice one. The one in second, also very intriguing. A young man gets her stopped and gets her propped. She's got the right look as well. Unfortunately, we set him into motion. This one here gets just a little uncomfortable. She takes a short, kind of tentative step off of her rear legs. Just need to see her get out and travel looser and more flexible. The one coming in 3 is interesting because she's got pieces that make her big time, but then she also has some things we need to probably fix if we're going to get super critical. In terms of overall muscle content and shape, 12 o'clock. I think in terms of just the way she's built, I just read her a little rounder off both ends of her skeleton. The shape of her shoulders a little rounder, the way that her hip and her hind leg posture sit, I think her pin bones are set a little low. Kind of see her tail sitting out kind of a little low. Then we study the angle of her hock. I think she gets just a little too straight. I think the assembly of her hip and hind leg throw her off. But in terms of muscle and shape, I dig. The one coming in 4, this one here is very, very nice. I think at times she gives you just a little plainer look when we study her comparatively. And when I study the thickness of her neck, the depth of her chest, just not quite as refined or as unique as the 3 preceding her. Then we round out the top 5 with one that's got presence. She stands very proud, and I love that about her. I just think this one gets outperformed in terms of muscle. She gets just a little bit more inverted in terms of her shape. Need to give her just a more powerful look in terms of her pin set and her stifle shape from behind. Nice job. Nice set of them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 10, entry 3225, exhibited by Harper Hess, Bushnell, Illinois, on a doe weighing 90 pounds. Second in that class, entry 3135, Caden Darer from Arcadia, Indiana, and Caden's doe weighed 89 pounds. Third in that class went to entry 3230, Riley Heights from Kenton, Ohio. Fourth, entry 3201, Garrett Haley, Maysville, Arkansas. Fifth, entry 3071, Cheyenne Bragg, Eustis, Florida. Sixth, entry 3369, Cooper Ostrom from Dorr, Michigan. Seventh, entry 3507, Mason Williams, Raymond, Mississippi. Eighth, entry 3013, Emily Adams, Baldwin, Georgia. Ninth went to entry 3350, Katie Miller from Shipshewana, Indiana. And 10th entry 3149, Lena Durbin, Lexington, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 11. Class 11 Wether Dams are in the ring. We have 25 entries in this class, and our weights go from 91 pounds to 93 pounds. 91 to 93 pounds. Again, this is Class 11. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his final pull for this class. And I know these young people are disappointed, but what they leave the ring today, let's let them hear your enthusiasm for all their hard work. Thank you guys for coming to Louisville and being a part of the North American. Attention in the barn. All releases for the Wether dams will be given after the show. There will be no releases given prior to the conclusion of the Wether Dam show, and only for those Wether dams. Thank you.
I thought a nice class here. I thought 1 and 2 kind of for me are the two that kind of pair up together the best, primarily just in terms of just the skeletal correctness. When you study them from the base of their neck and more specifically directly behind their shoulder, I think they're two does that just, they fill your hand with more shape and more tone and description and more muscle. And so it just, their top lines are coming together just a little bit better, a little more correct. I think the young lady's one that we'll lead off with, maybe just a little neater in terms of her shoulder and the way that it's shaped and the way that it transitions into her forearm. The one coming in 2 probably has a notch more, actually real back shape in her. Her spine is set really deep into a big upstanding rack, but maybe just not quite as refined in terms of the lower portion of her shoulder and her breastbone. The one coming in 3, long-necked, a doe that's got some quality about her. But you study her down her top, she gets just a little easy behind her shoulder, not pushing nearly as much expression and shape in that regard as we compare to the 2 that precede her. So that's where I think she fits into the 3rd hole. The one coming in 4, this one here is super stout in terms of bone and foot, has some muscle built into her. One that maybe just in this particular class doesn't give you as much wow factor as some of the ones preceding her. She maybe gets just a little off in her hip at times as well. Then we round out the top 5 with one that's really round-bodied and super muscular, ultra wide. But again, just I think her when you study her from the side, a little plainer image she presents with, a little rounder, more restricted out of her hip, a little rounder in terms of her shoulder shape. Nice job to these young people as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 11 goes to entry 3167, Logan Ferguson from Commerce, Georgia. And Logan's Wether Dam weighed 91 pounds. Second in that class, entry 3434, Addison Shahan, Bigfoot, Texas. And Addison's Wether Dam weighed 92 pounds. Third goes to entry 3379, Bryson Paxton from Portales, New Mexico. Fourth, entry 3128, Jenna Dietrich from Cecil, Ohio. Fifth, entry 3494, Hayden Wells, Goshen, Virginia. Sixth, entry 3256, Lily Hunter from Cleveland, Georgia. Seventh, entry 3303, Kyle Larson, Springfield, Ohio. Eighth, entry 3408, Elise Robinette from Jay, Oklahoma. Ninth, entry 3479, Caden Utman from Greenbrier, Arkansas. And 10th, entry 3241, Aubrey Hohenwarter from Escalon, California. In the ring now is Class 12. This is Class 12 Wether Dams. We have 20 entries in this class. 20 entries in this class. And our weights go from 94 pounds to 95 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion Wether Dam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a phone turned in up here at the front desk. It's got a pretty sparkly case on it with a 5 of clubs playing card in the back of it with a baldy baby calf on it. So if you have lost your phone, I've got it up here at the announcer stand. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has concluded his pull on this division. And as our young people exit the ring, let's let them hear it, guys. Put your hands together. Thank you, one and all, for being here at the Great North American. Also, hey, another phone has been found. If you were sitting across from the announcer stand and the bleachers over here on the east side and left the phone as you got up, it's been turned in. So I've got it up here at the announcer stand.
A real fun class to sort. Certainly a lot of challenge in this particular set of them. And again, we discuss a lot about the priorities and how how you read them, what you gravitate to. You can change things. You can mix them up, and as long as you kind of stick with your priorities and what you like, I think you can do that pretty well. I think for me, it's the way I like them. I think the young lady here we lead off with, I think she separates. I think 2 and 3 are more similar in terms of their muscle content and their shape. I think that the young lady's doe that leads off, though, is just in terms of just having the most ring presence, the most quality, the one that paints to me as good a silhouette as any. And it's really more obvious when you set them into motion, because she's the one that holds her head up. She keeps her chest up. She maintains her spine and her top line integrity as good as any out in motion. Now, is she the most muscular? Is she built with the most muscle content and shape? No. I think 2, 3, and really 4 probably have that advantage. But again, like I discussed, is there enough muscle in her? I think there is. I continue to come back to that image that she presents with from the side. 2 and 3, like we talked about, stouter featured, bigger footed, shapelier, have more touch, more back shape, more rib cage, all of those superlatives. To me, they get a little shorter neck, they get a little more prominent in terms of their shoulder shape. They just get a little bit plainer looking comparatively. The black-headed one over 3, it's a little stronger right behind his blade, a little longer and leveler out of his hip, or her hip. And I think if we think about those things and we study that pair, that's where we got to fix 3. Gets a little easier right behind her shoulder, wants to get a little short, maybe just a little off in her hip. You can see her tail starting to kind of set down just a little low. If we could fix that, I think it helps her. Come back into 4, super wide, really opened up, big and bold in terms of her rib cage, very muscular. Again, gets just a little bit plainer when you get off the side and you study this one. Don't read her maybe quite as unique in terms of her look. She gets to a little more compact in terms of her body length. I like just to see her a little more extension. The one we have in 5th, this one here is awfully neat. When the young man gets this gal propped up, you can appreciate it's in motion is where she probably poses the biggest issue. She wants to kind of get just a little plain in terms of her neck and kind of open up in her shoulder. We change those things about her, and I think it helps her as well. Nice job.
Well, thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 12 is entry 3481, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana, and Piper's doe weighed 94 pounds. Second in that class, entry 3165, J.C. Falkenstein, Oswego, Kansas, and her doe weighed 95 pounds. Third in that class goes to entry 3161, Cassie Jo Fadley, Merrimack, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 3512, Charlotte Wilson, Underwood, North Dakota. Fifth goes to entry 3278, Luke Keener from Cleveland, Georgia. Sixth, entry 3374, Carly Parrott, Winona, Texas. Seventh, entry 3150, Lena Durbin from Lexington, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 3014, Emily Adams, Baldwin, Georgia. Ninth, entry 3041, Eli Baker from Buckhannon, West Virginia. And 10th, entry 3054, Callie Beerwald from Ojima, Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the ring now is our Division III Championship Drive. Your Class 9 winner is entry 3025, Miller Allen from Woodbury, Tennessee. Your Class 10 champion is entry 3225, Harper Hess from Bushnell, Illinois. Your Class 11 winner, entry 3167, Logan Ferguson from Commerce, Georgia. And the winner of our last class is entry 3481, Piper Unger, Carlisle, Indiana. Second in Class 9 was entry 3509. This is Alexis Alexis Wills from Georgetown, Delaware. Second in Class 10, entry 3135, Caden Derrer from Arcadia, Indiana. Second in Class 11 goes to entry 3434, Addison Shahan from Bigfoot, Texas. And second in Class 12, entry 3165, J.C. Falkenstein, Oswego, Kansas.
Another real competitive division here. We get them back out, and very pleased once again with the representatives that we have from each of our respected classes. I thought they get them back out. I'm really impressed with the front line, taking nothing away from the second line. I think those are awfully good females as well. It's just a matter of opinion, right? So we get back out and we kind of figure out what are we going to do here in terms of making our decisions. And so I think it becomes relatively close. I like the Doe kid that comes out of the second class in this division. I think her body shape and the way that her forerib is constructed is probably as good or better than any of them. It's really round, which kind of facilitates the opportunity for a big shapely back to lay up in there. I study her in terms of her silhouette from the side. She maybe gets just a little thicker in terms of her neck when I look at her, but I do love her body shape, and I think she still has a tremendous amount of quality. The black-headed one that comes out of the last class, I think she's a little flatter in terms of her body shape comparatively to the one that comes out of 2, but I think she's a little trimmer and a little leaner and a little neater about her neck. I think her neck and her front end assembly and just how she presents herself in motion is very cool. And so I don't know. I think it's a call. Do you use the one that's a little rounder in terms of her body shape, but gets a little thicker in terms of her neck, or do you use one that's maybe a little more ladylike up front, but still has enough power and muscle to go with it? That's probably where I'm going to lean. Should be champion. Young lady coming out 2 would be reserve.
Selected as your Division 3 champion, Wether Dam goes to entry 3481, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana. And your reserve Division 3 champion is your class winner from Class 10, entry 3225, Harper Hess from Bushnell, Illinois. Congratulations. Once again, as our judge takes a short break, if anybody has lost some jewelry in the women's bathroom, we still have that jewelry. The girls up here at the front desk hope you don't show up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin our fourth division, this is Class 13. We have 19 entries in this class, and our weights go from 96 pounds to 98 pounds. Again, 19 entries, 96 to 98 pounds. This is Class 13. Ladies and gentlemen, as we excuse our competitors in the ring, our judge has made his cut. Let's let them hear it, guys. Let's put our hands together. Thank you to these competitors for all their efforts and their great projects. Thank you, guys.
a very nice class. I don't know that there's just a great one in this group of them, but I do think there's some awful nice ones. We get down to the end here and start to studying them and kind of studying them in their natural state. And I just think that the one we lead off with, when the young man just backs off of her and just holds her by the chain and lets her stand there in her natural state, she actually looks a lot better. She kind of holds her head up. Her shoulder transition and the shape of her lower shoulder, I think, is more appropriate than the one in second. One in second, when she gets off of her, you study the shape of her blade and her breastbone. She gets maybe just a little coarser about her lower shoulder. I think that's getting pretty critical. She does have a notch more shape up high when you get your hands on her, but I think both of those two, to me, kind of just move their way to the top in terms of quality and still combining that with enough shape to their body and some muscle to go with it. The paint coming in next, I think, is one that I think is just very complete. She doesn't give me just a whole lot of wow factor, but I also can't get just too critical and say, oh, she's just doesn't have enough muscle or she doesn't have enough quality, because I think she has enough. Maybe comparatively to the two ahead of her, just not quite as unique in terms of her look when we study her. Young man's doing everything he can to get what he can out of her. Just judging the livestock, I think that we could probably drop her flank just a little bit, but a very nice one coming in third. The one in four, super shapely. This one's back is big and crisp, and she's got some expression, some shape and dimension to her lower leg. I guess she gets just a little rougher. Maybe it's because she's compositionally not maybe as fat as some of the other ones, and so it makes her top line just look a little rougher when we study her. Same thing about her hip. She maybe wants to get a little low right there in her pin set, maybe a little more prominent in there in her jump muscles. The one coming in five, super shapely, ultra muscular. This one here in motion is where I get a little critical. She kind of wants to fall out of herself, doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely as some of her contemporaries. Nice job to these exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 13 goes to entry 3380, Bryson Paxton from Portales, New Mexico, and Bryson's doe weighed 97 pounds. Second in that class goes to entry 3185, Delaney Goff from Leota, Indiana, and Delaney's doe weighed 96 pounds. Third, entry 3390, Grayson Poe from Trafalgar, Indiana. Fourth, entry 3396, Gabriel Rout from Frankfort, Indiana. Fifth, entry 3296, Gunnar Craig from Vernon, Texas. Sixth went to entry 3349, Katie Miller, Shipshawana, Indiana. Seventh went to entry 3459, Olivia Stodmeyer from Sterling, Ohio. Eighth entry 3417, Aubrey Roppenbuehler from Kimmel, Indiana. Ninth entry 3385, Brock Perry, Woodville, Ohio. And 10th entry 3170, Charlie Flock, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 14. Class 14 is entering the ring. There's going to be 19 entries in this class, and our weights go from 99 pounds to 101 pounds. 99 to 101. Attention in the barn. Class 14 has just entered the ring. Class 14 just entered the ring. We need Class 15 to the makeup ring, please. Class 15 to the makeup ring, please. You have about 40 minutes left until we get all of our weather dams checked in. You have to have that done, or your weather's checked in by 2 o'clock. If you have not scanned your QR code, we need you to scan those QR codes, double check your scrapings tag, make sure every number is correct on your entry, and enter your weights. So scan the QR code, check your tag, and enter your weight. And that all has to be done by 2 p.m. today. That gives you 40 minutes to get that done. I've announced that 7 times today. They better get it done.
she'll miss that jewelry tonight when she realizes she wore it to the barn.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we excuse the remainder of our class, again, let's put our hands together and show these young people how much we appreciate all their hard work in putting these projects together. Thank you, guys.
fronted one we lead off this class with, I think, is one that just when she stepped into the ring, she's the one that's the most captivating from the outside. I just love the silhouette that she puts together from the side. Her neck sets up in her high and tight into her blade. Her shoulder forerib transition is smooth from her forerib back to her rear body and flank. I think she's got the right underlying quality. And then you get your hands on her, certainly not disappointed with the shape and expression that she presents with up high. The one coming in second is one that's just overwhelming in terms of muscle. This one's loin is as big and as bold and as massive as we've seen today. Unfortunately, because of the amount of muscle she's carrying, I don't know that she lays it on her skeleton maybe smooth enough. She gets just a little rounder about her shoulder, wants to get a little rounder in terms of her muscle shape. So I think if we could maybe just neaten her up in her blade, maybe smoothen her up in her top line, I think it helps her balance from the side. The one coming in three, kind of similar to her, doesn't maybe put herself together quite as unique from the side. This one here, comparatively, the one that stands second, not as crisp and as shapely in terms of her back. Again, we need to fix her skeletally. She gets a little easy behind her blade, just doesn't maybe tie her pieces together quite as collectively. The one coming in four, this one here actually silhouette is fairly decent. She's level, she's smooth, she's got a lot of hair. I question how much real muscle she has. When you get your hands on her, maybe get just a little narrow and nondescript in terms of her back shape. I'd like to see her maybe just a little longer in terms of her neck. I think her neck maybe gets just a little short in terms of her length of body. Proportionally, maybe just doesn't put herself together and balance up quite as nicely. The one we round out the top five with, this one here is extremely bold and extremely opened up in her forerib and her center body. She's really wide in terms of her pin set. I think at times when we get off the side, she gets maybe just a little short in terms of her hip length. You kind of see her where her old tail's sitting there. Maybe just doesn't quite have the right kind of hip and hind leg design to get up any higher. But a nice female for some other reasons. Nice job.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 14 goes to entry 3189, Janice Gilliland from Ginner, Pennsylvania. Her doe weighed 101 pounds. Second in that class, entry 3231, Riley Heights from Kenton, Ohio, and her doe weighed 99 pounds. Third in that class went to entry 3451, Shelby Sprague from Kincaid, Kansas. Fourth, entry 3199, Clara Grubb, Rural Retreat, Virginia. Fifth, entry 3522, Brady Wright, Mount Perry, Ohio. Sixth, entry 3184, Logan Francis, Columbia City, Indiana. Seventh, entry 3047, Julia Barber from Bremen, Ohio. Eighth, entry 3003, Levi Wechter from Ligonier, Indiana. Ninth, entry 3175, Liv Flynn from Wellington, Ohio. And 10th, 3229, Evelyn Himes, Scandia, Michigan. In the ring now is Class 15. Class 15 Wether dams are in the ring. We have 24 entries in this class, and our weights go from 102 pounds to 104, 102 to 104. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has completed his pull on this class, and as our young people are excused from the ring, let's put our hands together again one more time and thank these young people for all their hard work in bringing their projects to the North American.
the black-headed one that we lead off this class with, she kind of grabbed my attention from the get-go. I felt like when she entered the ring, there was something about just the arrogance and the way she's built that I tend to gravitate to. She's very athletic in terms of her look, really creased up in terms of her back shape, flexes an extremely powerful stifle. Young man gets her stopped and gets her propped. I have to admire that kind of image from the side, because when I study her from the base of her neck down her top line comparatively to 2 and 3, she is the one that holds her top line composure better, not only when she's stuck, but when she's also standing and moving in motion. Maybe we could drop her rear flank and make her rear body just a little more swoop to it. That's where I think the 2 and the 3 does probably have a little better advantage. They're a little softer made, a little softer middled kind of females. I think comparatively, I thought that the one that comes 2 is naturally built wider in terms of her foundation. She's stouter in terms of her bone work. She's pulled apart wider at the ground. You get in behind her, her pin set's opened up wider. She's just got a little more to her than the one coming in 3. 1 and 3, probably a little neater in terms of her chest. If we want to get critical, from my study her from the top of her scapula down to the floor of her chest, probably a little neater, a little more youthful. But unfortunately, when you get in behind her, she really wants to close up. Need to make her wider in terms of her build. The one coming in 4, one that I think is just very complete. She's just a little bit fat today. Maybe gives me just a little plainer look at times. But I still think there's enough quality in that one. You've got to kind of get her up in the top 5. The one coming in 5th is really opened up in terms of her rib cage. This one here, when you get in behind her, is impressive in terms of how square she is, in terms of her hip, and how powerful she is from behind. When I get off the side and study her hip, maybe gets just a little bit short. You kind of study her tail placement, it gets a little low. Don't think her hip is designed maybe quite as nice as some of the other ones in this particular class. Proud of these kiddos. You should be as well. Put your hands together for them as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in class 15 is entry 3022, Brady Allen from Pollock, Texas, and Brady's dam doe weighed 104. Second in that class goes entry 3440, Jada Schroyer from DeGraff, Ohio, and Jada's doe weighed 104. Third goes entry 3475, Dakota Thurman from Roosevelt, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 3526, Madison Youngless from Reading, Pennsylvania. Fifth goes to entry 3368, Bryce Ostrom, Dorr, Michigan. Sixth, entry 3345, Braylon Miller, Marion, Ohio. Seventh, entry 3432, Kyler Sewell, Santa Fe, Texas. Eighth, entry 3032, Olivia Arnold, Milton, Pennsylvania. Ninth, entry 3033, J.C. Ash, Lancaster, Ohio. And 10th in that class, entry 3458, Olivia Stodmeyer, Sterling, Ohio. Entering the ring now is class 16. This is our 4th and final class in Division 4. We have 15 exhibits in this class, and our weights go from 105 to 106. Again, 15 exhibitors, weights 105 to 106. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 4 champion and reserve champion, Wether Dam. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has pulled his top cut. And as our 4 exhibitors are exiting the ring, let's let them hear it, guys. Great job, guys. Thank you for all your work.
thought we had a pair of them in this particular set that kind of separated themselves, and between them, I'm going to use one that I think's just got a little more extension, a little more up and out, maybe a little stronger and shapelier and squarer right there behind her shoulder blade when I study her. I think that one's just got a tremendous amount of quality. Love how powerful her stifle shape presents with, and the way her muscle drops down deep into her hock. Very, very nice one to lead off with. The one in second, very similar. Maybe gets just a little easy right there in her top line. I'd like to strengthen her up there, maybe give her just a notch more shape. Excuse me. We change that. I think it'll help that one's look from the side. The one coming in third, I think, is one that's got some pieces. He just gets a little PC. I don't read him or her to be quite as refined up front. She gets a little coarser about her shoulder, maybe gets a little deeper in her chest. Just don't know that her front end assembly is good enough to get up any higher. The one coming in four, big muscled, ultra stout, just gets a little too short and thick in her neck, a little too deep in her chest, and a little plain in terms of the way she looks. The one we round out the top five with, it's got some quality, maybe gets just a little short hipped and maybe wants to set her tail placement just a little lower than what's ideal. We could probably stouten her up in terms of her feature if we're going to make her more competitive. Nice job to these young people in this particular class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 16 goes to entry 3511, Charlotte Wilson, Underwood, North Dakota. Charlotte's doe weighed 106 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3291, Zoe Knoll from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Her doe weighed 105. Third in that class, entry 3018, Paisley Akins, Whitesboro, Texas. Fourth entry 3153, Anna Earls from Mechanicsburg, Illinois. Fifth went to 3389, Ellie Picken from Grottos, Virginia. Sixth entry 3416, Aubrey Rothenbuehler from Kimmel, Indiana. Seventh entry 3094, Ellie Berger, West Baden Spring, Indiana. Eighth entry 3436, Aria Shaw from Scenery Hill, Pennsylvania. Ninth entry 3445, Addison Spangler, Hartsville, Tennessee. And 10th entry 3497, Reese Willard from Moultrie, Georgia. We're now ready to select our Division IV champion and reserve. Your class winner from class number 13 is entry 3380, Bryson Paxton, Portales, New Mexico. Your class 14 winner, entry 3189, Janice Gilliland from Ginter, Pennsylvania. Your class 15 champion, entry 3022, Brady Allen, Pollock, Texas. Your class 16 winner, entry 3511, Charlotte Wilson from Underwood, North Dakota. Second in class 13, entry 3185, Delaney Gaff from Leota, Indiana. Second in class 14, entry 3231, Riley Heights, Kenton, Ohio. Second in class 14 is entry 3440, Jada Schroyer from DeGraff, Ohio. And second in class 16, entry 3291, Zoe Knoll, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our class winners and seconds in Division IV.
super deep set coming here in Division 4. We get him back out. Very pleased with our kiddos here, and really impressed with the stock. I think we get him back out in this particular lineup. I think it becomes even easier for me to make a decision on which one I think's the best. I think one of them is just different than the rest of them. One of them just a little more unique in terms of the way this one's built skeletally, and then to still combine that with a great deal of muscle. Just think that when you talk about the way they transition from their forerib back to their flank, and the way that they are built in terms of their top line composure, and then to stuff just an overwhelming degree of muscle into them. I think there's one in here that just is a standout. And then I think for reserve, I think there's definitely a tougher decision to be made. Let's get our champion, and we're gonna study those for reserve.
Selected as your champion, Division 4, is entry 3022, Mr. Brady Allen, Pollock, Texas. Congratulations, Brady. Go ahead and smile. It's okay.
For what we have left, I think back to that class that our champion comes out. That was a really deep set of them coming in there through fifth. I like the blonde fronted Wether here that comes in the second class. I think the front part of his skeleton is very unique. His neck, or her neck, and the way that it comes out of her blade, she really runs uphill. I love that about her. She stays extremely level. The thing I question on her is does she have enough shape down to the lower portion of her leg, or does she get just maybe a little flatter in that regard? I think she probably does. The doe that comes out of the last class in this division, I like things about this one. What I don't like is the way that her hip is designed. She gets a little short in her hip. You look at her tail placement, it's a little low. Just don't know that she probably does a good enough job of holding her hip and hind leg posture together as well. And so our next two options would be the doe coming out of 1, or the doe that's second to our champion. And I like the doe in 1. I think she's a nice female. I don't know that she's just maybe unique enough to get around a couple of these other ones, but very nice. The one that probably checks the most boxes for what we have remaining will be the young lady coming out of the class our champion was in. She'll be reserved. Nice job.
And selected as your reserve Division 4 champion, Wether Doe, goes to entry 3440, Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Congratulations again to Brady and to Jada. Once again, while our judge takes a really quick break here, all of your releases for the weather dams will be issued after the conclusion of the show. Only the weather dam releases will be given, and it will be given after the show today. Entering the ring now is Class 17. Class 17 weather dams are in the ring. We have 23 entries in this class. 23 entries, and our weights go from 107 to 110. 107 to 110. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his final pull for this class. And as our exhibitors are exiting again, let's let them know how much we appreciate all their hard work.
The doe we lead off this class with, I think she's just the one that to me is the most unique in terms of her build, and then still combines that with a great deal of muscle. I study the length of her shoulder blade. I really love the transition from her forerib back to her flank. She's kind of not cooperating for the young lady today, but if you just study her when you get her standing there in her natural state, I think she's got the right kind of symmetry, the right kind of silhouette from the side to work her way up. The one in seconds, awfully close. I think she's one that's probably a little more up and out and has a little more extension about her neck and the front part of her skeleton. Probably gets just maybe a little plainer and a little longer in terms of her blade, not quite as neat in terms of the front part of her skeleton as we compare. But I think it's close, and I would disagree with if you switched it. The one coming in 3, this one here is ultra stout and ultra muscular. Just maybe gets a little plain when you study her shoulder and her breastplate. Wants to get maybe like it's carrying just a little more condition. Just gets a little lower through the front part of her skeleton. Maybe like to see her run uphill just a little more aggressively. The one coming in 4 does as good a job of that as any. I love this one's look from the side. She's tall fronted. She's neat and youthful in her chest. She's got the right underline. Maybe gets just a little bit narrow and a little bit more refined in terms of her bone work comparatively. But more importantly, I just like to pull her apart in terms of her skeleton and give her a notch more width. The one coming in 5, very complete, kind of a productive appearing kind of a female, but one that maybe just doesn't have as many bells and whistles as some of their contemporaries. Nice job to all of these young people.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 17 is entry 3421, Macy Shear from Huntington, Indiana, and Macy's doe weighed 107. Second in that class is entry 3484, Katie Walkington, Bristol, Wisconsin, and Katie's doe weighed 109. Third in that class went to entry 3122, Cooper Davidson, Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth entry 3352, Katie Miller from Newville, Pennsylvania. Fifth entry went 3137, Quentin Derrer from Arcadia, Indiana. Sixth went to entry 3409, Elise Robinette from Jay, Oklahoma. Seventh, 3521, Brady Wright, Mount Perry, Ohio. Eighth, entry 3462, Caden Swindle from Austin, Arkansas. Ninth went to entry 3464, shown by Carly Taylor, Coruna, Indiana. And 10th, entry 3043, John Banks from Guston, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 18. This is Class 18. We have 16 entries in this class, and our weights go from 111 to 114. 111 to 114. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has pulled his top cut from this class, and as our exhibitors are exiting the ring again, let them know how much you appreciate all their hard work. Thanks for coming to the North American, guys.
Certainly some differences in this set of them. Thought that 1 and 2 kind of are similar in terms of just being super, super wide and really opened up. Tremendous amount of shape to their body and their center rib. I think that the doe kid we lead off with, just a little more refined about her neck. I think her neck's a little leaner. It's a little longer. Every time I saw her, I just told myself, I think that one there, sometimes when she gets out and she sets into motion, she wants to drop her head and doesn't carry herself quite as good on the move. But when she kind of gets her stopped and she gets her propped and gets her set up, still think that one's got a tremendous amount of quality. The one coming in second, I think, is one that's super stout and opened up in terms of her skeleton, big backed and huge loin. Again, a little shorter necked, a little thicker neck, just gives me a little bit more masculine look about the front 1/3 of her skeleton. The one coming in 3, super shapely, ultra muscular, a little too refined in terms of her bone work. I'd like to stouten her up at the ground. We can change those things about her. I think it helps her as well. The one coming in 4, very complete, maybe just in this particular set of them, doesn't give you as much shape or width and dimension as some of the other ones ahead of her, but very, very nice. And then we round out the top 5 with one that I think is just kind of complete, but maybe just gets a little too plain to get any higher. Nice job.
And thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 18 is entry 3266, Miss Macy Jacobson, Osceola, Iowa. Macy's doe weighed 111 pounds. Second in that class is entry 3524, Alexis Youngglass from Reading, Pennsylvania. And Alexis doe weighed 112 pounds. Third in that class, entry 3023, Kimber Allen, Pollock, Texas. Fourth, entry 3223, Jacoby Henthorn from Woodsfield, Ohio. Fifth, entry 3351, Katie Miller, Shipshewana, Indiana. Sixth, entry 3382, Allison Peckjack from Dilliner, Pennsylvania. Seventh, entry 3009, Brody Adams, Muncie, Indiana. Eighth, 3102, Jonah Carr, Rittman, Ohio. Ninth, entry 3284, Aniston Kilbarger from Logan, Ohio. And 10th, entry 3429, Mason Scott, Newark, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 19. This is Class 19, Wether Dam Does. We have 16 entries in this class, and our weights go from 115 to 119. 115 to 119. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made his final pull. And as we excuse the contestants in the ring, let's one more time show them how much you appreciate all their efforts. Thank you for coming to the North American, guys.
Thought we had a pair of them in this class that kind of separated themselves, and between them, I'm going to use the one that I think just has just better. I think she's better built. She's more dynamic in terms of her presence. I still think she's got more than adequate degree of muscle. Just one that I think when she walked in, it was kind of the one that I gravitated to the quickest, just because of her just extra quality. The black-headed one coming in 2, super shapely, ultra muscular. She also has quality, maybe comparatively to our class champion, gets a little easier in her top line, just doesn't hold herself together maybe quite as nicely as the one preceding her. Same thing with the 1 and 3. Really, really muscular. Again, gets a little easy in her spine. Maybe we could stouten her up in terms of her feature, gets just a little frail and fragile in terms of her bone work. The one coming in 4, really stout, ultra muscular. I like the shape to her rib cage. Maybe gets just a little shorter and plainer and thicker about her neck, a little deeper and plainer about her chest. We could just maybe give her just a little more wow factor up front. I think that helps her degree. Then we come in with the one coming in 5. I think this one here's got some pieces. Unfortunately, just gets a little PC. Maybe doesn't blend her body parts maybe quite as smoothly or as uniformly as some of her contemporaries in this particular set. Nice job. Let's put our hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 19 is entry 3059, Bailey Bishop from Spencer, Ohio. Bailey's doe weighed 119. Second in that class is entry 3268, Drake Johnson from Royal, Arkansas. His doe also weighed 119 pounds. Third in that class is entry 3255, Lily Hunter, Cleveland, Georgia. Fourth, entry 3203, Garrett Haley from Maysville, Arkansas. Fifth, entry 3317, Haley Love, Jefferson, Georgia. Sixth, entry 3172, Addison Flynn, Wellington, Ohio. Seventh, entry 3326, Caitlin Mayberry, Concord, Virginia. Eighth, entry 3342, Ella Myers from Union, Kentucky. Ninth went to entry 3523, Lauren Wright, Stanley, Virginia. And 10th went to entry 3322, Ashlyn Matthias, Logan, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for Class 20. This will be our final class of the day. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve Division 5 champions, followed by the selection of our grand, reserve grand, and top 5 Wether dams of this year's North American. Ladies and gentlemen, as we excuse our participants in the ring for one last time, let's let them hear how much we appreciate all their work. Thank you, folks, for coming to the North American.
last class of the day, and you know, when we start to get into these weights, they start to expose themselves in terms of their maturity. But I do think when we get these top end ones back in here and study them, I do think they still have some youthfulness about them. Particularly the one that we lead off with. I think that one there is special. That one's got the right kind of look, super high quality, running uphill. I think that one's just awfully nice. The one coming in second, this one here is unrivaled in terms of muscle. This one's powerful in terms of her stifle shape. She's big backed. Maybe gets just a little short and plain in her neck. I'd like to see her with just a little more extension up front. I think that would help her opportunity as a show goat. The one coming in third, I think this one here's got some quality, especially when she gets her stuck. Unfortunately, this one gets just a little too frail in terms of her foot and bone work, and I also think maybe she gets just a little too straight in terms of her hock placement. The one coming in four, big ribbed, ultra powerful, and really wide in terms of her build. Again, maybe get just a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton. If we could maybe loosen her up, it would help her mobility. The one coming in five, this one here's got some pieces. Unfortunately, she gets just a little easy in her top. She probably gets just a little excessive in terms of the way that her hip and her hind leg is designed. She wants to get a little rounder and get a little more restricted in that regard. Super competitive set of heavies here. Let's go ahead and congratulate these young people as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 20 is entry 3058, Bailey Bishop from Spencer, Ohio. Bailey's doe weighed 124. Second in that class is entry 3495, Henrik Wells from Goshen, Virginia, and Henrik's doe weighed 122. Third in that class is entry 3301, Eva Lansaw, Jacksonville, Illinois. Fourth, entry 3174, Liv Flynn from Wellington, Ohio. Fifth went to entry 3141, Chloe Dickey from Richwood, Ohio. Sixth, entry 3080, Paige Bremke from Wellington, Ohio. Seventh, entry 3222, Joby Henthorn from Woodsfield, Ohio. Eighth, entry 3343, Ella Myers, Union, Kentucky. Ninth, entry 3501, Grayson Wiley, Cleveland, Georgia. And 10th, entry 3060, Brayley Blosser from Lancaster, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our final division of the day. This is Division 5. Your Class 17 winner was entry 3421, Macy Shear, Huntington, Indiana. Your Class 18 champion was entry 3266, Macy Jacobson, Osceola, Iowa. Your Class 19 winner was entry 3059, Bailey Bishop, Spencer, Ohio. And your champion from Class 20, also Bailey Bishop from Spencer, Ohio, on entry 3058. Second in Class 17 went to entry 3484, Katie Walkington from Bristol, Wisconsin. Second in Class 18, entry 3524, Alexis Younglass from Reading, Pennsylvania. Second in Class 19, entry 3268, Drake Johnson, Royal, Arkansas. And second in Class 20, entry 3495, Henrik Wells, Goshen, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in congratulating all of our class winners and seconds in Division 5. Attention in the barn, we're about to select our champion, reserve champion, and top 5 market doe weather dams. We need all division winners and seconds, champion and reserve divisions, to the makeup ring immediately. She is nervous because she's got 2 of the 4 out there.
We'll get Division 5 first and seconds back out here. Very pleased with what we've got to work with. I thought we had a pair of them coming out of those first two classes that were really nice. Then we got into the last two and found a pair of them there that kind of stood to the top. I guess for me, when I get back out and I study them, there's one of them that's got just as much quality as any, but still it puts that into probably a stouter package in terms of bone and foot. And I think these two are, to me, pair off very, very nicely. Both of them are very similar. Maybe a little differences. The Doe Kid coming out of 20, I love her extension. I love how when she navigates the ring, she does it with authority. She holds her head high. She keeps her chest up. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's probably a little stouter in terms of her feature compared to the doe that comes out of 19. Doe in 19 maybe has a little fresher, fuller look to her rear body and flank, but not nearly as stout or as powerful. Taking nothing away from these two in the first two classes. I like both of them awfully well. Just don't know that there's as much wow factor when you get off and you study them from the side. Champion will be 20, 19 will be reserved. Nice job.
And congratulations to Miss Bailey Bishop, your champion and reserve division champion. Champion is entry 3058. Again, Bailey Bishop, Spencer, Ohio, and her reserve champion, entry 3059, also exhibited by Bailey Bishop, Spencer, Ohio. We're going to give our division champions and reserves a minute to collect themselves. And folks, we're going to be ready to select our grand and reserve grand and top 5 Wether dams shortly. Here we go. Your Division I champion, entry 3307, Miss Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas. Your Division II champion, entry 3371, Harley Oswood, Burlington, West Virginia. Your Division III champion, entry 3481, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana. Your Division IV champion, entry 3022, Brady Allen, Pollock, Texas. And entry 3058, Miss Bailey Bishop, Spencer, Ohio, is your Division V champion. Your Reserve Division I champion, entry 3197, Bailey Gregory, Ozark, Arkansas. Your Division II Reserve champion, entry 3510, Charlotte Wilson, Underwood, North Dakota. Your Reserve Division III champion, entry 3225, Harper Hess, Bushell, Illinois. Your Division IV Reserve champion is entry 3440, Miss Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. And again, your Division V Reserve champion, entry 3059, Bailey Bishop, Spencer, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in congratulating all of our Division and Reserve Division champions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's also my pleasure to introduce to you the fine staff and the great dignitaries that we have here today to share with us in this selection of our champion drive. We have Alvin Tingle, your GOAT Committee Chairman. We have Mr. Warren Beeler, your General Superintendent. Mrs. Corinne Fetters, your Executive Director of Expositions. Corinne, thanks for being here. We have, on our committee members, we have Paige Dupin, Bobby Bell, Annie Toll, and Tyler Goodley. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank all of our staff that puts on this great North American exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, before our judge makes his final selection, would you please join with me in thanking Mr. Josh Cody from Bertram, Texas for evaluating our livestock and young people today.
Well, again, I'd just like to extend my appreciation to the North American for allowing me the opportunity to come up and work through your Wether Dam show today. I tell you, it's been a blast. I knew coming into this that it was going to be challenging. I didn't realize it maybe was this challenging when we get down to the final decisions to be made. I want to commend first and foremost the kids for the work that they put into this project and the investment of time that they take up to do this. I want to commend the breeders for putting together just an incredibly elite set of does today. From our first division all the way to our fifth division, I get them back out, and I'm in awe when I sit here and study them. I like looking at good livestock, and as a judge, I feel that it's my responsibility to find the most unique ones and the ones that are the hardest to make, because those are the special ones that get talked about, and those are the ones that the breeders that are behind them, work so hard to make and to build. And so I commend those folks for what they've done. I'm not going to go through and talk each division again. I've tried to describe them as good as I can. And those close decisions, it's very, very small differences that separate those decisions. And so depending on how you prioritize things, you can probably do some things differently out here, because there is a little bit of a variation. But one thing's for sure, I wouldn't be disappointed to go to the backdrop and stand behind any of these, because when we study livestock from the side view and we get to the backdrop, I say this a lot in my Grand Drive speeches, I'm a firm believer that when we get back there in a minute, we're going to stand there and we're going to take a side view picture. And so for those people that prioritize rib and cage and width and all of those superlatives, I'm not disagreeing with your prioritization, but when you get to the backdrop, maybe take a three-quarter view, maybe take a rear view, so you can show everybody, what it was that you did and why you used those kind. I like to look at them from this view. I think that there are two of them, really three of them that separate themselves in that regard, and one of them is probably just a little more unique in terms of the way this one's built. I think when we study the shape of a goat's shoulder, one of them is just so tight and so neat in terms of its shoulder shape, and to be that neat and tight and still have their neck set up on top of their blade like they're supposed to is very unique. But what's more unique is when you get in and you study this one at a three-quarter view, this one's rib cage has as much shape and as much turn to it as any. Super wide at the ground, just an incredible, incredible female. I think from that point forward, there's a couple more that fit that description, but maybe don't do it as well. Maybe don't do it as bold or as I guess don't stand out quite as much. I'll talk a little bit about the Division I winner. I think that one's very, very nice. Tremendous quality, very, very youthful and refined up front. I think in this particular lineup, there's a couple more that I think are just a little stouter in terms of feature. A little more maturity will help this female probably get there, but I think there's a couple more that are there today. The doe kid that comes out of the second division, this one here, folks, is in a league of her own. I'm just telling you. I don't know that you can build them that refined up front and still that opened up when you get in and you study her from behind. The other one that's also very unique is the doe that comes out of the fourth division. I think that one there, when we talk about, I'm a sheep guy, so most people say, well, that looks like a sheep, and that one does. That one's very unique in terms of just having an athletic look about the way she's made. Maybe for a female, she's a little bit tighter or a little harder in terms of her rib cage. Maybe we like to see her with just a little more progressive depth from her forerib back to her flank. But other than that, that one is awfully, awfully good. So let's go ahead and get us a top five. Put our hands together one more time for these kiddos. This was a lot of fun.
Your grand champion, Wether Dam, is entry 3371, Miss Harley Oswood, Burlington, West Virginia. Congratulations, Harley. And your reserve grand champion, Wether Dam, is entry 3022, Mr. Brady Allen from Pollock, Texas. Congratulations, Brady. Your third overall is entry 3510, Charlotte Wilson from Underwood, North Dakota. Fourth entry 3307, Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas. And your fifth overall goes to your Division 5 champion entry, 3058, Bailey Bishop, Spencer, Ohio. Congratulations to all of you.
Hi, Schroyer.
Yeah. Hey, Josh. Hey, I need you to sign.